I haven't been saying anything this whole time, so that's good. How's it going? So, do you have a link? Show me the unstableness. I'll look at it off screen. 256144. That's my max. Juan uses ambiguous message to mislead into believing that certain features are official, even when they are not. For example, Godot Jolt unofficial is presented as Juan or officially maintained. I'll bring it on. Look for my comment trail. I don't see any replies. Is it on here? It's weird. I'm not seeing any. Maybe I need to be signed in. I'm on an account that's not signed in, but I don't even see the reply. There's clearly a thread here, but I don't see the. That's weird. Let me sign in. Yeah, if your account's set to something private or whatever. Myth of innovation. Dude, these people are... I mean, there's plenty of things to be critical about. Oh, that's right. You got to be signed into Twitter now. I literally said, I said this same thing, and this is out of context too. I know what he's talking about. Because it's only 200K. Nobody's going to make 200K. That's what people say when talking about the initial install fee that Unity was proposing. and I say to people that have that attitude of, look, if you think that way, I want my thing to make that much money. Like, and if you think that way, it is kind of a defeatist loser attitude. There's other ways of saying that, but it is an attitude. It doesn't matter because nobody makes money making video games, which is like, well, what the fuck are we even doing? Like, You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I guess I should just stop then because like this isn't a viable path for making money. Right. But I'm guessing that's what he's talking about. But again, this is out of context and it's a snip. It's like, give the link to the original tweet. Oh, I missed this part. I didn't even see it. Yeah, but don't you know the best way to extinguish a candle is to not give it oxygen. So I would just, dude, I would just put this guy on mute and just move on. No rant, no rant. Colt was just dealing with some drama person. I'll never understand being so fixated on single individuals like some people get online. It's really strange. He keeps going, but he's delusional. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, you don't just express that you don't normally invest on something expecting it to not succeed. I 100% agree. This is what my point about the Unity thing. Oh, it's just somebody who's saying, you know, the lead guy for Juan for Godot is some bullshit about Godot's myth of innovation is debunked. It speaks volumes about a project that boasted its desire to innovate, only to waste years attempting to replicate modern physics engines and then contemplating the integration of Jolt. This is open source. This is open source. This is just what happens. Godot's Alex Jones. Let me tell you, we're making the frogs gay. What are we gonna do? That's my Alex Jones. Anyways, back to what I was working on. The physics are making the developers gay. Ah! So, yesterday we got this going. We're using the same resolution scales that OBS has for its canvas. So we can now set the resolution of the window to be any of those possible amounts. You need to know what happens when two shafts collide. What are you talking about, Obsidian? I feel like there's some other thing, a reference that I'm missing right now. When shafts collide. That sounds like that song, that Prince song. When Angels Cry. Now I'm all raspy from doing my Alex Jones. Yeah, so anyways, we can change this. And what we're going to do is get super fancy with this, where we can actually ask OBS through its WebSocket what its canvas resolution is. So what we'll do eventually is ask it when it starts up, and if it reports something different than the setting, we can be like, "Hey, your avatar thing, the window," and we need a better name for it. I don't know what to call this window, because if you call it stream window, that's kind of misleading. Capture window, I don't know. What do you call it when you add let's try adding one of these in Godot or in OBS and see what they call it. They call it a game capture. Yeah, I'm looking over here at let me show you. Oh, you notice it's starting to change back here. We had a lot of good progress today cleaning up off stream. So game capture is the one that we would use for this. This is what the window looks like. Thing is, you know, depending on the stream tool you're using, it might be called something else. And also there's other platforms besides OBS. Elements window. Yeah. Well, we got to play around with what we're going to call that. And then this does apply on startup. So if we were to save it down to this resolution here, save, and then close and reopen, it'll start up at that resolution. So what we have to work on now... Yeah, you might not even use game capture. Although game capture, I believe, is necessary to not have to use keying out colors. Right. So on Linux, do you have to key out? That's another setting we have to add. Let's go over and add that to the list. Polish. Add option to not use transparent background pixels and instead choose a color value to key. Yeah, the new C# stuff's exciting. It's exciting just from a single binary, a single executable to download. That's really nice. That'll be really nice. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is, like I said, we want the scale that they pick for the avatar to be relative to the window size. So it'll be a percentage that can be greater than or less than 100, right? Because for some reason, maybe they're insane, and they want to scale the idle sprite size to some ridiculous number. They could do that. But I think the easiest way to translate that to somebody is to generally show it in a percentage, but they may want to do an exact pixel thing as well. So I guess we kind of have to have both options. Yeah, that's really strange. Generally, it's my opinion. It would be my opinion that if someone's being that loud about someone saying they're toxic, to use the same terminology that somebody like that would even use, they're gaslighting. and most likely they're the toxic person. Again, if we're going to incorporate that language into the discussion of that. But I'm not a fan of that kind of those words, just because they get used so much they don't have any meaning anymore. Yeah, Red. I'm with you, Red. That's why I try to avoid using terminology like that, because if everyone ends up using it for, it's like Karen. It's like the word Karen. There's a lot of them out there like that, where it gets applied to everything and it means nothing. And the same with boomer now, right? Boomer, had a very specific meaning about a certain age group and a time in history of why and when they were born. It taxonomied people in that way, in a very specific way. Specific to post-war babies, the baby boom of all the soldiers coming back and having children. And so that was it was a boom. It was a baby boom. And those were the boomers, the baby boomers. And they dropped the word baby after a while, and they just became boomers. Because obviously they're like 40. It's like, we'll just call them boomers. And then now, but is that where it came from? Yeah. So it means a very specific age group. Post 45, 42. And so after that, and then there's up until I think the 60s. Yeah, because people were banging out them kids. Yeah. So, and there's a 9/11 boom that happened as well. People started banging when those towers fell. They're like, life's too short. Let's bang it out. and then all of a sudden there's like this very clear spike of babies that occurred after 9/11. Pandemals. Oh, is that something? My son would qualify as that. We actually were going to try. We should have tried right away during the pandemic to have him, but we got all weirded out about it. And we were worried about hospital beds and all this crap. And so we didn't do it for a while. We should have done it sooner. It's actually, the pandemic was a great time to have a baby, because it's like you're left alone but they were making mothers wear masks in labor, which was insane. That much breathing through a mask, it doesn't matter. But that was like crazy, because it's just like, no, like breathing is a whole part of giving birth and labor and everything. Yeah, as soon as the baby came out, they popped a mask on it. They had a little baby mask. They throw it on the baby immediately. No, I don't think so. I hope not. I gotta show you. So this music that I'm listening to, this is the video for it. I think that's hilarious. Anyways. I find it funny. I was in a hospital nearly a month off from the tail of 2019 to the start of 2020. And I remember the nurses talking about it, dedicating a whole floor to COVID patients. This was a month or two before the pandemic officially hit. Yeah, the early numbers were really bad. And like anything, we don't know how to treat it. We don't know what is responsive and what isn't. And yeah, so the early hospital bed numbers for patients was enormous. But they started figuring out treatments and stuff like that. And a pathogen naturally wants to become less deadly. It evolves itself out of being deadly. So it evolved to essentially continue to spread. So, Yeah, I mean, if you believe in Darwinism and natural selection, it makes sense that it would eventually evolve to be less deadly. I'm doing good, Pooh. Okay, so allow streamer to pick window resolution. That is now done. Our list for polish is actually growing, not shrinking. This is not due to us feature creep or anything like that. You can't really call it that. This is part of the polish process. So you, Obsidian, you've avoided COVID this whole time? That's amazing. Yeah, it's not scope creep because this is the polish phase. Month in the hospital is a big oof. Yeah, it's awful. The people that get hit hard by that. Any respiratory infection is awful. It's awful because it can go. I mean, that's most elderly die from just overall they call it pneumonia because that's just kind of what gets them. Sleepy, how's it going? You haven't gotten COVID yet? I wasn't in the hospital for COVID. Ironically, it was because of the flu and heart issues. Yeah, the flu, man, the flu doesn't mess around. People will be like, oh, I've got the flu. And it's like, nah, I'm sorry, dude. You don't have the flu. But yeah, the flu is nasty. Like when you actually get the flu, it's awful. I actually don't know if I was in the hospital because of COVID or if it was still just a bad flu. It was just 1 month before it all blew up. Yeah. No, during the early days, we kept getting like knocked out sick. It was crazy. It happened like 4 times. And if I remember, like early testing wasn't even a thing really. And there was a time right before it that we got like knocked out. Dengue? Yeah. That's big in South America. When I remember when I visited South America, I had to get a shot in my ass for dengue. But that's spread through mosquitoes, right? It's somewhat makes you immune to COVID for some reason. Yeah, you probably have something. There's probably some sort of antibody that your body has that can loosely match up with COVID more quickly. A new strain of it. Yeah, and it's awful. A lot of people have qualms about how we took care of the mosquitoes in the 70s. We basically did the chemical equivalent of like nuking them from orbit in America. But it did get rid of those kinds of that kind of stuff. But I mean, you're dealing with the Amazon and all of South America. You've got much more humidity and stuff like that, and so it unfortunately is kind of a breeding ground for mosquitoes. It's kicking me in the ass right now. I'm sorry about that. It's really bad if you're pregnant. If you're in the early stages of pregnancy, it's really bad to get it, right? It'll do something to it can harm the baby. Am I correct? I've had chickenpox for the first time last year. It was the worst. My body did not like that. Chickenpox? Why did you get chickenpox? Dude. I don't think there are many scientists that argue to keep mosquitoes. Mosquitoes can go right to hell. What we need to... mosquitoes could go right to hell. And that's the thing is, mosquitoes are so easy to reproduce that what we could do is just collect a bunch of them, farm them, control them, and then do the nuke from orbit thing and just get rid of the population. And then if there's some bad outcome of that, okay, we'll bring them back. Fine. We'll bring back the mosquito. All right, Dev. You got to go? We punched a hole in the atmosphere. All right, time for me to get to work. Let me start giving some shout outs here. I'm going to give a shout out to Proton. Proton's coding in 6502. He's making a unknown command. Oh, helps if I have the other T. He's making a Commodore 64 game. Streaming for 2 hours. Oh, have fun. Maybe we'll talk. We'll jump in and harass you. We'll harangue Dev. I'll give a shout out to Dev here in a second. Anyways, back to what we're working on. This is another thing. We got to set up some math to default the window to the center of the position of the screen. But yeah, I believe, don't we have a vaccine for the chickenpox? Is what I'm trying to get at for Redstone. How old am I? I'm 42? 42, 43? I was born in 81. Cowpox technically would vaccinate against chickenpox. Well, that was the amazing thing, is the early pox vaccines and how they were developed. And there's a lot of fascinating history to early vaccination stuff and how they would farm less deadly strains and intentionally infect people by basically cutting open a wound on you and then spreading it from somebody who had it to somebody else. Or they found out that, cross animal, they could get it from another animal and that would be less deadly. And the person that had that you could then give it to other people and they wouldn't die from the more deadly strain. It's really fascinating stuff. Back the medieval, post-medieval approach to vaccinations. So we have this idea for a feedback button, and we want this to be a global thing. Good old flashing bloodletting. Heck yeah, let's get that. That's some good pus right there. You know, and you had the old doctors with the really long, scary ass looking face masks. The plague doctors. Yeah. It's like, what in the eyes wide shut is that? I'd love to get one of those. Yeah. What in the eyes wide shut am I looking at? Sorry, guys. I'm kind of looking at the list of everything. Just swear while you're programming. That's history, though. Right now, a lot of people like to have a very fascist-looking haircut. And I remember that was starting to happen in the, I would say 2012 or something, and I was so confused by it. I was like, why are people getting this weird it just historically for me it makes me think of certain things. It's a very military cut. Weirds me out. But my association with it isn't their association with it. And that's the ignorance of time and history. And so oftentimes that's what heals the wounds of the past. And is to just be ignorant to certain things. But ironically, that's what can cause it to happen again. Oh yeah, they'll be like trendy maskers and stuff. Yeah. We're gonna lose. How's it going? So yeah, now I'm thinking about how do we handle the avatar scaling. So two things. Let's look at the settings design here. And so we have the settings control panel. And we want sort of a global feedback button. So we'll make it on the bottom right here. And eventually we have to hook into that web post. So we'll just have an endpoint that we post feedback to from that. I've seen you guys were talking about hospital and COVID. I was there as well because COVID damaged my heart. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, my friend got, what they called long COVID. And, I mean, he was like, it totally made him, like, for the longest time, he was just a space cadet. How long have I worked with Godot? I don't know. At least 2 years, maybe. Obsidian might know. Obsidian and I had met on Twitch, I think right at the beginning. I believe that Obsidian was my first real chat person when I came back to streaming. I'm here for around 6 months already. It does. So today is Wednesday, right? So Thursday, we are going to try to bring back Tactics Thursday as per requested by Pooh. I did mention that in the Discord as well. We got to kind of keep the needle going on that. Now, can we do emoji text in here if the font supports it? I wonder. What's the wingdings? Yeah. Do you have a GitHub link or something? You can throw it in the chat. Practically everybody here is a Godot developer, so go ahead and throw it in the chat. Let me do a shout out to Obsidian as well. Sleepy, since you're new to Obsidian, I would definitely recommend watching Obsidian streams. He is an expert programmer. He's like a machine when it comes to programming code. He doesn't. It's like a stream of consciousness. It's ridiculous. It's upsetting to me. He codes faster than I can type. Productive as always. He's an expert, self-proclaimed expert. He just said so himself in the chat. He said, "I am an expert." I said, "I am not an expert." UTF-8, maybe they are. Let's look it up. Emoji. What's a good emoji for feedback? Is there a horn emoji? And I mean blowhorn. Oh. Yeah, there's a blowhorn emoji. Hey, look at that. Should we have it on the left side or the right side? Or both? There's a Twitch talk. There's docs in Twitch that talk about how to download the emojis in chat. Yeah, we're going to want to do that as well. Let's add that to the list. This is the polish thing. Include Twitch chat emojis. feedback. And I kind of want the feedback button to go over here. Left side, that makes sense. We are going to add, we're going to use get text to do translations. Maybe I'll call upon you, chat, to help me do the translations. And that's probably something I should work on sooner rather than later. We thought of a name yesterday. Colt suggested something. I don't know if it was a name suggestion, but I grabbed it and I was like, I like this a lot. So I think I have something it's in my top like 3 name ideas. Not every system will use. Hence to use images directly. Okay. Okay. It looks like we could use an icon as well. What does this look like when we do this? Quick load. Icon. So we could just, okay, we'll use an icon text for it. All right. So now we need to find an OO icon for, OOP icon for, blowhorn. An OOP, an OOS. What am I saying? Blowhorn illustrations. Isn't there a place that makes really good browser? There's anybody who does web development, there's like this place that does icons that are freely available and they're really good. Font Awesome. It's not Font Awesome. Let's look up Bootstrap CSS because I think Bootstrap uses it. They might have developed their own icon system though. Free open source library. So we've got theirs here. Let's search Blowhorn. Announce. Here we go. There's Megaphone. Should we do the one with the Phil? Phil Nye the Science Guy. Phil. He's having a stroke. Question is, what license is this? Figma. What's Figma? Slippy, no! Figma balls! It's MIT. Okay. Megaphone. I think we'll do the Phil one. We'll download the SVG. Yeah. And I'm still we'll have to make a credits page, again, probably sooner rather than later, that we use for okay, we got to get the font, we got to get the color to match. It's an SVG though, right? Is there a way to because on import, is there a way to apply a color to it? No. Okay. So we might have to we'll come back and fix the color. So there's feedback button. Window or feedback. Post feedback to server endpoint. Yeah, Inkscape. We'll use Inkscape. Yeah. One time I had to write my own graph library 2 hours before delivering my app to the client because the lib we used had a bad license. Is MIT bad? No, MIT's Obsidian's explained it better than I ever could. But MIT, you can use the code and you can sell it. There's a condition that you have to. You can't take it and then pull the license out and say, and then share the like. I believe that's when. Like, but it's weird because, for instance, with Godot, the Godot engine is built on MIT, but my code isn't, right? Right. You can't claim the original code as yours. So I can't take these icons, repackage them, and sell them. Right? I can't say they're mine in that sense, but I can use them for my other works. Yes, I can. Oh, well, I can then. I can just do that. But like in that case, if it's the original thing, that would still, you just can't say they were yours to begin with. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, we need a credits tab. Let's just we're just gonna bust this out. Now we're cooking, guys. I'm feeling really good about a lot of this, and I'm sort of working on this stuff right now because I just feel like working on something besides the main thing. But I'm feeling really good about the main thing. And this is a panel, right? Margin container. Okay. And this one we're going to call. This is a little frustrating the way that this works. Because for... to be fair, MIT is a little weird as a media license. That's what the Creative Commons series license for. MIT is more code. Yeah, I do find that Creative Commons is pretty like you as a creator you can really, that's one of the ones you can really screw up on. Right? Okay, so we have a credits panel, and I guess this can just be a text with a scroll. How do we do that? Rich text la bleu. So we put it inside of a scroll container. Right, it text edit inside of us. Yeah. Rich text la bleu. Text edits. Does text edit do rich text, I wonder? Gotta take a bath. Have fun. Don't drown. We'll try this. And let's do... credits. Might want to... We have margins, I think, on here. There we go. Theme overrides. Okay. So it took me, I'm like, where is it? Might want to find a plugin for handling Markdown. So much easier to write Markdown. I agree with that. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just get rid of the rich text label and we'll write it in Markdown, but for now we'll have it in a text edit. Okay. Is there an official way to credit Godot? I've seen it in some games. Huge splash screen as the intro. We could do that. I might change that though. Here we go. To use and distribute the software and derivative projects, including games you made with it. Your game or project can have different licenses, but it still needs to comply with the original one. Requirements. In the case of an MIT license, the only requirement is to include the license text somewhere in your game or derivative project. This reads as follows. Here we go. Your game does not need to be under the same license. You are free to release your... Okay, this license does not specify how it has to be included, so anything valid as long as it can be displayed under some condition. From the engine itself. So they have a call, engine get license text. For third-party components used by the engine. Okay, so they actually have a built-in call for this. We're learning something new. I didn't even know that. I had no idea. My jam games aren't even doing that. How do we append to the text? Let's see. And we'll need a license if we're gonna use one of these. We need to stick to a fontography and a license for it. But I have fond memories of using Bootstrap for web development, so we'll probably stick with that. Let me bring this over here. Fontography. Right. Yeah, so our problem with exports turned out to be some sort of corruption on the exports file. Deleting and recreating the file with the exact same settings fixed our export problems from yesterday, in case you had missed that. So that was weird, and I was glad that I thought to do that. That's my old IT troubleshooting brain going into effect, because that's just how it is. Text. I guess we'll say text equals text and then just add. So if we have existing credits, Godot will be at the bottom. How do you do new lines in C#? Is it like a \n? Engine get license text. And we have to reformat this for does not contain a definition for text. Oh, it's it's uppercase. Converting method group get license text to non-delegate type object. Did you intend to invoke the method? Sure. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so now if we run this and we go to the settings tab, credits, nothing. Nada. Let's look up engine. It's a string. Get node credit text. Did we save the scene? Credits text. It's plural. Let's redo. Undo that. Come back over here. There we go. We need to also wrap this. Okay. If we did resize this based on the sizing, this could be something like this. Okay. Okay. So that is done. We got a credits window. Let's go back here and credits tab. Done. I really want to work on this scaling thing because I want to get this into people's hands as soon as possible, and I feel like that's the important bit. Let's also grab the bootstrap. All right, Obsidian, have a good one. Good luck on your stream today. Kick some ass. Bust some ass. That's what I say. Bust some ass. License. Okay. I use it as like work hard, play hard. Okay, and there's the Godot copyright. So now we've got both the Bootstrap and the Godot license in here. And please excuse me. I'm gonna let the dog out. Let him go potty. I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Let's say. I'll get some other music going on. Let me have the beer right back to doggy break. And I'll put on the Nightbot song requests. If you guys want to put any music in there as a request, you can. Looks like Bird is a Word was left in there by Mariano, so I'll hit play on that, and then if you guys get some songs in there before I'm back, they should play. I'll be back. There's our disaster of a porch. Look at that. So my neighbor's not there. My gun happy neighbor isn't there. Oh, there's me. If I was to walk out, you would see me walk out. How do we full frame this? There we go. I'll be out there. I'll probably try and find one of his balls and play fetch with it, Calvin, as well. All right. What happened out there? Calvin, Hurricane Calvin. Hurricane Calvin happened. Yeah, the porch. So our porch had they had outdoor carpet on it, and Calvin decided to eat it. So he's slowly tearing that apart. The problem is every time I do any cleaning on the porch and I clean it up, he will destroy something else. So it's like an organized mess right now where we just leave it how it is as he like gets through his whole teething thing. But if we start to clean it up and get rid of all the stuff he's chewed up, he just goes, oh, well, I guess I got to find something new. So I might as well destroy my bedding. And all that white floofy stuff is bedding he ripped out of his the chair padding stuff. Once he's of age, will you neuter him? We thought he was neutered, but he isn't. But we've heard that you want to wait till about 2 years. But yeah, for sure. We don't want any Calvin puppies. And we're not like, I'm not a fan of breeding for profit and stuff like that. So... yeah, it's and it's the poor mother when you think about it. You know? It's like as soon as there's another heat, when they can have another round. And then oftentimes they won't let the puppies grow up with each other long enough than when they need to. Because again, they're trying to make money. And so sometimes they won't let the pups like come of age in a group like they need to. And it's pretty clear that's what's the deal is with Calvin. Because he's mouthing and stuff, and that he should be, that shouldn't be a thing for him anymore at his age. So we're trying to train that out of him. And that's my concern about my neighbor. Is like, okay, if I give you treats to give him to him, like he's generally really good about, you know, accepting snacks and stuff like that. But sometimes you'll get nipped just because of how dogs will take food. So is that a bite to him if he gets nipped? And then if Calvin really starts to like you, then he'll come over to you and be like, hey, pet my belly. I love you, pet my belly. And you start petting his belly, and then he's like, oh, we're playing now, are we? And then he'll like start mouthing you. And it's like, is that going to be considered a bite? If he gets to like you a whole bunch, is that going to be, you know, is it something that he's doing out of place in his aggression? And like you can tell when he's going to do it, and you can like and stuff like that, and he'll totally be like, oh, okay. But you know, if you don't know that stuff. Okay. And credits, we don't want this to be editable. So let's change that. No tornado. That's just him. If you remove singular in from text, then it'll look more natural. Yeah, if we strip it, we can probably do that through the string in Godot. Let's find the docs for. That is a good idea. We're gonna lose string. Strip escapes. Strips all escapes from the string. These include non-printable control characters, the first page ASCII characters such as tabulation, new line, and R characters, but not spaces. Well, the problem is, if we do that, the problem is, if we get rid of all new lines, it's going to be one line. So, I mean, it's easy to just do this and save us some time. And I guess we could just copy and paste the Godot text. Because otherwise it'll be really hard to do, unless there's a paragraph. But I think it's all just new line indentation, right? Let's see what that looks like, at least for the top part. Yeah. Okay, let's just steal the Godot text. Okay.
He's got his thing in the room.
Okay, sounds good.
I didn't close it though, just so he has like a happy treat moment in there.
Okay.
Do you want me to close this?
Yeah, go ahead.
This?
Yeah, yes. You asked me that. I'm saying yes. All right, so this is easier to read, yeah. So is the project to be completed soon? Yeah, I mean, I wish I could show you what's going on here. But I mean, I'm working on like all the settings and stuff for everything. So right now I'm just working on getting the screen sizing stuff worked out. We refactored how we're doing these avatars sprites. This is like a placeholder avatar I'm calling Poser. Some in chat dubbed him Pride Man. affectionately. And but we've got a new animation system in place that allows us to spawn a lot of these guys. But right now what we got to work on is if we're going to allow the streamer to change the resolution of the screen size, we have this corresponding roam area that we need to then adjust accordingly. So I've been thinking about it off stream, and I think the way to do this is to scale it on a ratio. Yeah. So we were talking about doing like an invisible squared area that everything is sort of contained in. But I started thinking about it, and I thought the easiest thing would be to scale it proportionally, so that essentially if it's a certain percentage of the height of the current resolution, then it's that same percentage of the height of the new resolution. And if it's a certain percentage of width of the new resolution, it's that same one for the new width. So that if they happen to put it right on the edges and everything, then it'll be on the edges of the new size as well. But if they give it about 20% padding or whatever, and they can always adjust it afterwards. But even representing this space, I don't even have a way of doing that presently on the... So like we could turn on visible collision spaces. It'll just be a big teal color on... well, it's not a collidable space. See, this is the thing. I'm using a Node 2D. So we could translate... I just don't know how to do a lot of this in the UI. Stewardess, I speak jive. So I didn't save, so it should be the original resolution. It is, okay. So how do we even let the streamer define this space? How do we do that? I suppose we could just take mouse clicks in the window and draw it. There is some problems of the corner and like clicking off like that. So how do you draw it and have it fit in the window? Exactly. Drawing is the best. Yeah. So we could do that. It's just the edges. We almost need to represent... It's almost like in here we represent the window, and then they can draw the size of it, and it shows up in here as well. Snap it. Yeah, we could do that. As long as they don't want it right on the edge. I mean, we could just expose these values. Sleepies, what's jive? It's from it's a reference to the movie Airplane. Oh, Pooh. Are you still here, Pooh? I didn't pet the doggo. Let me get some doggo loving in here. All right, let me get some doggo loving in. Oh, you know what? He's being a good boy right now. Remind me in a little bit. Because we actually have his crate down here. He's in his crate right now. He just went in there. He's being a good boy. Now Sleepy's done it too. Crap. We don't have a camera around that corner. I'm going to leave him from now because he's being such a good boy. But we'll do it in a bit. Okay. And I guess for the credits, let's be a little bit self-promotional. Credits, text. Software name. Created by Matthew Schultz. Credit by created. That's not how you spell created. Speaking of, do you guys want to see that Creator movie? Other licenses. Below. Additional licenses. And for now, we'll just go like this. Airplane had some, yeah. Airplane really set the, for a certain type of comedy movie, it was the first of its kind. I love the part where they're trying to get the lady to calm down. And it's like, yeah, I've got this. You need to calm down. And then somebody else excuses that person. He's like, I'll take care of this. I'll take care of this. Calm down. And right. I'm winning, Mariano. We're getting there. We got the resolution stuff going. I can show you that really quick here. So we can pick the resolution and the window resizes to that size. And it saves. And then we just added this little credits thing below. Ooh, you know what? We need to start adding. Let's start adding the chat to credits. All right, come here, Cal. We got people want me to pet you. Come here, buddy. Come here. Oh. Come here. Come here, Cal. Come here. Come on. What are you doing? I love you, handsome. You're the most handsome puppy. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful boy. Re-Rorge. Re-Rorge. What do you got on you? Man, your fur is coming off. What is going on? And what about a Eula? Yeah, I guess we got to do that too. We got to do that. Have you noticed something strange with the mirror scene in Airplane? No, I haven't. There's so many gags in that movie. It's hard to keep track of them all. And that's really what it is. It's like a gag film. Trying to get their white balance right. Do you write the EULA first or you get the users first? Well, the EULA should probably be at the very beginning. Like we'll credit, the creator and then the EULA and then I don't know. What do you guys think? Without the support of the following people, nice. Without the support of the following people, this project would not have been completed. And I think, to be fair, we'll do this alphabetically because it would be hard to build out a list and be like, well, this was the most important person, because there are some people that have been more important than others, to be completely honest, in completing this project. Freeware until they produce 100 avatars, then it's 20 cents per hour. Hell yeah, let's do that. Like the game that Mariano shared. Well, the first 20,000 or 200K chat messages for total for avatars is free, and then every single chat message after that will charge 20 cents. What? Who's gonna get 20,000? Who's gonna get 200,000 chat messages? That's just not gonna happen. Only the big guys that's ever gonna happen to. Right? Let's apologize for it. All right. So how do I build this list out? What I could do is go through chat and prune it based on people that have contributed to it. I mean, there's the obvious people, but I feel like if I start building this out, I'm going to forget somebody, and that's not cool either. So, is Excel working right now? Hang on. Get started. Buy another license. Contact to support to transfer license to your account. Hello. Welcome. I will attempt to automatically activate your Office product. Please sign in with the Microsoft account associated with this account. Appears on the bottom left of the board. Please sign in to continue. Okay. Hello, Matthew. Checking your Office license. One moment, please. One moment, please. Just a moment. Corporate accounts payable, Nina speaking. Just a moment. Corporate accounts payable, Nina speaking. Just a moment. No, it did not solve my problem. Corporate accounts payable, Nina speaking. Yes, I would like to contact support. Talk to a person. Wait time 1 minute. All right, you guys are going to watch me talk to Microsoft. Yeah, I got the lifetime license for Office for like $20, and I thought, oh, I'll be able to put it on any of my Microsoft computers because it's all my same login. Nope, only one license per computer. So now I have to get it back on this one somehow. The type message thing does not let me type. Way to go, Microsoft. Okay, I'll just leave it open off stream. $20 for lifetime. You got scammed. Oh, Sleepy, I'm sorry. Thanks for... I'm making an updating health bar, but the bar isn't updating? Sub viewport. Health bar 2D. Sub view type function. Sprite 3D. What? So. What is calling this? Have you set any breakpoints to see if you know what is calling it? Like if it's being called, I mean. Yeah, I mean, the first thing off the top of my head that I'm going to point out is that you've got an update health function here. You have an update health function here. You have an update health function here. This extends this class, extends Sprite 3D, extends. So these are two different classes. So this is what's getting called here. Do you know how to set breakpoints? Yeah, so I would set a breakpoint on each of them and figure out where is it firing on all of them? If it's not firing on each of those update health calls, then you at least know, okay, something's not calling this function. Oh, that could do it as well, but it should crash when something like when that. Update health value. Oh, I see. Yeah, this isn't used. There's maximum value here. If value is less than, so we show it. Otherwise, we start the bar to green or yellow to green. Then if it's less than 75%, we set it to yellow. If it's less than 45%, then we set it to red. Small, how's it going? I like that emote. You set the value and swap the texture. Go back again. Texture progress, bar green, preloads, texture, bar green, texture, bar yellow. So here's something I'll point out too. Texture progress is not pointing to anything as far as I can tell. So this doesn't appear to be updating anything. Unless, is that the nature of texture progress bar? I'm not familiar with this stuff, I'll be honest. I'd have to look up, is this extends texture progress bar? Let's look that up. It's a built-in property. Texture 2D. And this is a PNG. Okay. Preloads. I would just make sure things are even firing. The main thing is update health firing. And also, you're calling sub viewport get texture sprite 3D texture equals sub viewport get texture, but then you're calling health bar 2D update health. Now, presuming this script here is attached to health bar 2D, that's the other thing to check is this script on health bar? Let's just have 2D in a 3D space. So it's to have like a billboard looking thing. Yeah, I'm not familiar with a lot of this stuff, so I don't know if I'm being helpful at all. You also, here's another thing. You've got two ready functions here. I don't know if they are actually like this in your code, but there's two readies. You can't see it on the stream. You have two ready functions for the same class. So that could also be causing some weirdness. Yeah, I can, yeah. I don't know. Let me know if anything we've said helps. Let's see what the chat logs look like. So I would need a way to parse the date out, and we'd look at the new line. We'd look for new line, and we'd look for this for the username. And these little plus symbols and stuff are some sort of, like, probably they're I don't know what this is about. So we just need to figure out the date that I started doing this in. Do these open office programs have regex importing? Let me check. Let's try FileMaker. It's the same one. I could show you what's going on. We've got a new animation system going on. We're using a skeletal system for avatars now. We're going to be able to swap out sprites and stuff like that automatically. But we just got the new animation system going, so this is what it looks like in action. And we just optimized things so we can get about, on most computers we're able to get about 1,000 avatars on the screen at a given moment, and all of them animating on their own and everything. Tomorrow is tactics, yes. So we've got a new keyframing system for animations. We're moving away from sprite models altogether. And this is tied into that volleyball game stuff. So that's where we're at with some of the most major updates. We've got a new system. I'm actually going to make a video on the animation system. And Mariano, I wanted to talk to you about that. I wanted to give a shout out to you and give you some credit on the remote suggestion and all that. But I'm going to make a video about how I'm doing the animation, because I figure it'll probably be useful to somebody out there. But right now we have this sprite here. This is like our our placeholder avatar. We can give this out to any artist. We can give them a template. Right now we've got it in Krita. We have it exported to a PSD as well. But they can open up this and replace any of the appendages. I may be able to reduce to all calls. Ooh, yeah, let me know. You're becoming the whole influencer package. That's the idea. And yeah, so each of these things can be replaced, and eventually you can create something that looks like, let's open up this. So this is using the same skeletal system. And so imagine these animated people walking around with the same frame. So long as the ratios and everything, their joints line up to the same point, all the animations will work for them properly. And anytime we want to key a new animation, we just take these key points here, the kinematic points, and we keyframe the animation how we want the different actions to occur. And then that bakes it into a special optimized avatar. Mine to share the avatar scene and sprites. Sure. I don't know how to kind of... Oh, you lost it? You want me to get it? Oh, you lost it? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. You want me to get it? It's under there? Okay. See, that's how you use that's a good bark. It's down here. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my goodness, there it is. I'll get it. I'll get it. Oh, I got it. Get it on here. Eat it on here, buddy. Come here. There you go. He lost his conch. I can already see the IP dealings with Sega. Which one? The runtime avatar scene? Okay, we're going to take this chat log. We'll put it on the desktop so I can just grab it real easy. It's in action right now. Fine, we'll do the other one. Okay, so if we just import the first row, then we can parse this. how do I get to the table view? I can't even remember. It's been so long since I've used this. There we go. Modify. We're going to add the log field. Okay. Got to go to the PC. This program has too small UI to read anything on phone. Okay. So now we need to write some parsing here that'll essentially rip out the timestamp and put it in its own column, the username, and then the chat message. So let's write a script. Now we need a timestamp field. Manage database. We're going to do timestamp. Call it timestamp. We're going to do username. And that is text. And so what I'm doing here is I'm essentially building a database so that I can look at all of the users that have messaged me on the days that I've streamed the development of the chat game. And then that way I can make sure if anyone's helped me through this, I don't miss them in the credits. But in the meantime, I'm going to let that cook. I'm going to leave that there. In the meantime, I mean, we got people in the chat right now I can think of off the top of my head. Poostack, right there, Mariano, RGD. And what I'd like to do is, if people want to be credited with their real name, you guys can message me offline, and we can, if you want to stay anonymous, and we can throw your names in there. We're gonna lose, and maybe we should delineate, Twitch chat as. Oh, Styx is in here. Styx, what are you doing in here? I haven't seen you in so long. How's the jam game going? And Colt, we did Colt, Poostack, Colt, Devro, Obsidian, of course, bacon, lettuce, and carrots with a K. Els, Dragoon, Mudbound, Dragon. Who else? I mean, we got Sleepy Mushroom in here now. Sleepy Mushrooms. Have you given me some feedback? I don't know. 1906. That's a very particular time in history. Redstone. Redstone. Proton. Fig. I'll have to think of some more here. Oh, just working on the credits. I'd love for this to auto scroll too eventually. I'd love for this to auto scroll. And oh yeah, Tapir. I don't remember Tapir's full username. But we'll throw him in there. Because it's like there's some numbers or something, right? Riemann. I don't remember. I'm spelling that wrong, I'm pretty sure. Colt's in there, yeah. So again, we're going to sort this alphabetically just so we don't play favorites. I mean, like I said, there are people that have definitely helped a lot more than others. And so, but I just feel bad about trying to weigh who is important and in that sense, like, because I could screw that up. So we'll probably stick with alphabetical. All done? Did you lose it again? Where is it? Is it down there? Is it down there? Where did it go? Where did it go? What'd you do with it? What'd you do with it? What'd you do with it? Cal. Hey. No. Good boy. Good boy. All right. I gotta get back to work, buddy. My only contribution has been amigos. I'll take it. If that ends up being the name, that's a huge contribution. Cal, down. Knock it off. Knock it off. Good boy. Okay, get on the couch, bud. What'd you do? Hey, what'd you do with it? What'd you do with it? What'd you do with it? Where did it go? Where'd you put it? How do you, there it is. There it is. How do you lose this? Huh? There's a treat there. Oh, yummy chicken. Chipkin, Papa. I like the idea of that. I like that it's for the streamer. It's the perspective of the streamer. I like that it's like it's like a positive thing. I don't know. I'm it's one of my favorites so far. It feels like good luck. There seems to be no breakpoints in the script, but the health doesn't update for some reason. Well, you got to add, so when you're debugging, you add a breakpoint, and then when the code executes, it should stop at that breakpoint. If it's not stopping at that breakpoint, then you know that the code is actually never firing. My question is, what makes the original update function happen? The one that calls for the texture to change. How is that being called? If you don't have an answer for that, then that's the problem, is it's never being executed. Yeah, so it's not being called. You need something to trigger that to happen. So it's got to be like you get hit, right? When something changes your health, yeah, a signal, but the signal needs to be connected to that function. So you need to find where that is. You sent the Kids Can Code recipe. Okay, so this is it right here. On the mobs on input event, add the following after reducing the health. So you need to make sure you have the on input event and this happening. I think that's it. So the on input event is somewhere else that you're going to have. So this is the original on input event. And this will be the mob character, on the mob character's character body 3D. You'll add this to a script for it. So on input event, it's looking for mouse clicks, I'm guessing. Yeah. So it's looking for a mouse click. And then he's saying later on, you add this. On the mob's input event, add the following. So you got to go back here. That's really strange. It doesn't show the overall change. It might. On hurt box hurt. I mean, again, something has to call on hurt box hurt in order for anything to happen, right? So it's important, and this is not discussed in this tutorial here, but on input event is a thing in Godot. It's looking for an input event essentially, and right here it's this if statement is filtering out to mouse buttons. So any input event, a mouse moving around, the scroll wheel going up and down, typing on a button on a keyboard or whatever. And I'm not a fan of using this, frankly. Because when you start dealing with certain things, but it doesn't matter because it'll work. And if that's what you need for your game, it's fine. But it needs to have some sort of event firing for that to happen, right? I hope that helps. But we'll see. We don't know what the name is going to be just yet. Oh, we got Shano 40. Shano 4, isn't it? Sean Dewhurst. I just want to make the names that I can think of. Is it Shano 40? Why is there so many 40s? What was that? What is this nonsense? Calvin? Cal, get your butt out of there. Come on. Okay, how do we get back to playable? This is my question. The key thing is this Rome rect. We have to solve this. Okay. He's being a nutter. Get on the couch. Get on the couch, Cal! Come on. Just relax. Relax, relax, relax. I like this song. Of course you do. Shut up now. All right, where's... I like this song. Of course you do. All right, let's look up the Rome rect code because we can... One of those has to be plural. I don't know if it's songs or request. I think it's songs. Let me double check. We have the... Yeah, it's songs and then request. And then the URL. Calvin! Do you gotta go potty? All right, let's go. All right, I'm gonna go let the dog out. I'll be right back. Let's go, Rama. Okay. Back. Hey! Dang it. Cal. Come on, buddy. Come on. Let's go in. Come on in. Come on, Cal. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Bring your doll. Come on. Come on. Okay. Now, can you relax a little? It'll cool off in here, I promise. You stop biting. That little nip. I don't like those nips. No, no. Calvin, stay in here. Come on, buddy. Cal, please let me work. We can't let you out right now. Oh, good. Just try. Oh, cobalt. We need to add cobalt to the list. Damn it. Cobalt games. Hang on a second. I got to deal with the dog. Yep, there's a kill list. Be right back. Come on, come on. Drop it. All of it. He does demand freedom. Calvin! Went for a creek swim. Ugh. Calvin, get in here. It's driving me nuts right now. No, I added. I'm just adding a. I'm making a credits list for the thing I'm working on. Everybody that's been there for me. So we're just building out a list. I'm gonna ask. I'll try to DM everybody and ask them if they want their real name instead of their user handle, and then we'll have a Twitch list and then an actual people's name list kind of thing. Calvin demands to be free. Pooh's been there. Yeah. Gotta give out those positive energies instead of threatening to kill your neighbor's dog, right? As I've been experiencing. He's in the creek right now. I can hear him. He's going over. There's the neighbor's dog. And he's going over and showing off for her. He goes from where she is. It's raised about 2 feet over the creek. And he like jumps off of it and into the water to like show off for her. And then he comes back soaking wet. He's like, look what I did. You like that, babe? I could do it again. They call it puppy love. Yeah, he's a dummy. They should call it dummy love. He's got that square jaw. Giga Chad Cal. Anyways, going back to this problem, we can base it off of percentages for scaling. So you're done already? Not quite. We've got the new avatars in. I don't know if you've seen what they look like, but these are the temp looking avatars. And we've got a new system for so they're now articulated. They have 1, 2, 3, what is it? 4, 5, 6 points of articulation. We can animate and keyframe each of those points of articulation very easily using kinematics, and we're pretty performant with it. I saw the kitties. All right, cool. So you know what's going on. So yeah, we just 10x the performance since you've seen the kitties. That's been the latest update. Give me a second. I just need to make sure he's being good. I hear the neighbor dogs barking, and I'm just, the backyard is not fenced in, and sometimes he leaves. Cal. Come on in. Come on in. Ready, set, go. Okay, we're gonna play fetch in this tiny area. Does that sound okay? Does that sound like a good time? Huh? He's soaking wet now. All right, well, let's get the drawing thing going. Let's do that. So we want to collect the inputs. So we just need to check how input events work in 4, because I don't know in 4. Input, I don't know if it's any different. I feel like it might be. All right, let's search our local files. This is ridiculous. I will critique the Godot website. I don't understand why it sometimes is so slow. It shouldn't be that way. Should not be that way. Stay in, buddy. Cal, please. Please. For the love of God. How are you doing, Cobalt? How's the new place? We. Hey. Cal. Dude, what is going on? Calvin, I know. All right, fine. Let's go. Up. I can't just lock him up like this. It's not fair. I walk him and everything, but he can't be locked up all day. It's hard with all the kids and everything right now. All right, we're going to have a good one. I have a question. Based on the code I sent you, could I use a return To tell the node 2D what to do. Not if it's being called from like a signal or an event like that. The thing, in order for there to be a return useful, you have to have something accepting the return as a value. So you would do the function parentheses and the parameters you would send it. On the other side would be a variable equals and then the function call. And then that's when a return would make sense. But because you're being called from, it's being called from the input event like that. No, I've added you to the credits though, Pooh. Okay, so left mouse button. Hidden creds. Nice. Thanks, Red. Pooh is in there as well. Love you, buddy. And actually, the unhandled, this input event can be on itself. So let's just do this in, we don't need to have this on. There we go. Let's go over here to the Roam rect, and we'll just do it here. So they're saying not pressed. That actually makes sense. Which is the opposite, so we'll just do an else. Okay. It's the volume. It's the volume red. I'll lower the volume of the playback music from the Nightbot, and then that'll make me increase the volume of the overall computer, and then you should hear the sounds better. Can you redeem them? I believe I can. There's one. So if we're pressed, we want to start tracking it. And then when we release, we that's the endpoint of the mouse position is the overall size of the thing. We're using a Rec 2 to set. So we have both of these. Rec 2, we start at 0. We give the size. So we need the initial position. So let's add a private variable called clicked equals true. Presently it'll equal false. And we need to assign it a bool. And since it's private, we underscore. And that should be the same with color. Now color is going to be busted down here. So we say color, go back to click, and we start out with a false. Hey, hey! Come on in, buddy. He's just flirting with his girl. It's like my beau, my bae. You ever had beans on toast? No, I'm not a savage. Why do you ask, Red? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just being sassy. Mouse event position. So then we're gonna set start. Give it the position, and then on release we set size. Like the ones in tomato sauce. I don't know how you say that. In a non-open source way. I don't know what you're talking about right now. What are you talking about, bro? There you go. Now you guys can see the code. And size will equal... And if we're starting from this size in is a null vec2. So if we're pressed and we're not dragging, I have not had this. These beans are, would you describe these beans as sweet? I know what kinds of, we have like baked beans like this. Are these like kind of hickory bacon sweet kind of bacons? Or kind of a, like a hickory sweetness, like a maybe a maple or something? I don't know what hickory is. Hickory dickory dock. Fair enough. So let's try start minus mouse event position. Let's just see what happens when we do this. And this should update the draw event. And we're going to turn off the is editor hints. Or we're dragging. If we're dragging, then we'll draw the rect. Nada. All right, let's set a breakpoint and make sure that we're hitting the code as we expect. So we'll open up VS Code for that. Not very tomatoey, even though it's tomato sauce. It's like a smooth sweet with a rich, deep flavor. Goes very well with bacon. What? My question. Excuse me. My question is about. Okay, we'll set some. Like what? If you go to buy the beans, what are they called when you go to buy them? Obviously, you guys have different kinds of beans. Just baked beans. Unhandled key input. Yeah, we want to move this over into, because this is only going to happen if it's inside the space of the rectangle, first of all. So we do want this on main. Size is public. Start is public. Heinz beans. So tomato sauce in the beans. Okay. Look it up. See if we can find it. We have a lot of different beans in the States. There's a ton of different beans. You know, it's funny. Thanks, Pooh. That one, Pooh really likes that one. We get made fun of in the States about like, oh, you know, we do everything wrong or whatever. But every country is a melting pot, essentially. And there's actually a lot of, when they point to something and they're like, that's not biscuits or whatever, it's like there's really interesting history as to why things are called one thing or another. And you know what? I'm going to move the bowl for drawing. Let's call it updating. Okay. Default is false. We'll go back over to main. And we're going to say... What happened? There it is. Okay. Oh, was I writing it here and I didn't save it? That's what's going on. So we can copy this code. Don't save. Paste it. And that needs to be capitalized because we're public. Updating. No 2D. So we need a class name for this. Using Godot. It's Rome Rect. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's gone, and then we say Rome Rect. Updating. And same thing here. Rome Rect. Updating. And then this will be Rome. Wrecked. Okay. Let's double check. We're gonna, and this will be updating. And let's set some brakes here on this to make sure we hit those. Also, there's a variant with Heinz beans with sausage in it. Kind of gross though. Is the sausage just hot dog? Because we have that here. We have like a sweet bean like that. That's a small kind that is that has hot dog in it. There's but I mean, okay, so there's a lot of Mexican food in the States, obviously. So we've got a lot of like refried beans. And there's like real refried beans, and then there's not real refried beans. There's black beans. I personally love black beans. Like a good like chicken that's been like in a crock pot all day, where the flesh of the chicken is like gonna melt off of it, and some really good like Mexican style rice, and some black beans, and I'm set. That's like heaven for me. My one of my best friends, well, he's still my best friend, but my best friend in high school, his parents were they were Nicaraguan immigrants, and she always made this amazing chicken and rice meal. And her rice, I don't know how she made her rice. I know that there was like I'm certain she used, I don't know, she did something to it. It was freaking amazing. It was every time I that would be my, like, if I was on death row, that would be the meal that I would have. It was so good. Butter is key. Well, you throw in a little bit of butter, a little bit of salt, and some garlic. That's a good combination right there. But it depends on what you're going for. Like, we've got this really hot tomato paste that we throw in our rice. And you mix that in with it. It's really good. But, yeah. Good stuff. Okay, so we got our input event on this. So now let's just find out if our math is right. You eat margarine. I never said anything about margarine. I have returned. He's returned. He is risen. Let's just draw. How do we trigger the update event? Q redraw. Start. Draws is meant to be private. So we could say how'd the stream go? Devro is back. Let's give a shout out to Devro. Mostly nude streamer. From the pants, from the waist down. You never see it though. He likes to talk about it a lot though. Do I have a script for each avatar? Yes. Well, I mean, for the scene. Power's out. Oh no, Colt. All right, Colt. See ya. Let's make sure this is firing. The work from homer. Okay, so that's right. Q redraw should fire draw. So let's see if let's just go like this. We'll pull this off for now. And we will freeze that. Okay, so we redrew the rect once. There we go. And we redraw it again. Okay, hang on. Let's see if it works. Okay. Still not quite right. All right, so we need to add, we're missing something. That's what's going on here. We need to add if, let me save this. We're going to go over here because I can't do it. Mouse event pressed. And we're updating. And Red, don't keep doing that. It's only if she's actually trying to get a hold of me, Red. You're trolling me. If we're not mouse event pressed and Roam rect updating. Okay, so that should take care of that logic. So we have a little bit of our logic's a little wonky. You need a Red is trying to get a hold of you. Wouldn't having one command script running all of them from that be faster? It could be. I still need to get Mariano the thing he was asking for. Hey, Colin, how's it going? One script to rule them all. I mean, that's what happens. So Red, when the avatars are not in a game, they're, you could think of them as they have their own mind and they follow their own rules. And those rules are going to be things like somebody just sent a chat message, or for instance, if somebody ats somebody else. I have all these wild ideas that actually aren't going to be so hard to do anymore. But for instance, if an avatar, somebody in chat ats somebody and they say a message to somebody else, that avatar will look at that person's position and go walk towards them. And then if they keep chatting with each other, then we can stack the dialogue boxes and things like that. So they group together just like a clique would in like a social circle. So naturally, you could see like for a bigger streamer, you could see these natural like groups start to form. That's easy to do with one script. Well, I'm doing it this way. So but then what happens is when a game starts, then the game like takes over the brain. If they join the game takes over the brain of the avatar at that point, and it is now the game is responsible for the avatar's actions completely. So that's the way I have it set up. It's brain control. It's like that John Blow talk where he talks about the parasite, the ant that takes over, that gets taken over by the parasite that loses all self-control and it becomes like in control of the parasite. Yeah. So it's basically that. Or it's the thing in there used to be the joke in the Godot docs about how a node works, but it's like that mind control thing in what is it? What's that? Damn it! What's that show called? They are creepy. Oh my gosh, he's calming down. Look at this pup. He got his zoomies out, and now he's all tired. He's going showing off for his girlfriend, and now he's got to lay down. But yeah, I mean, for me, Red, it's easier to think about the logic of the avatar when it's in control of itself, contained in a script that's attached to that avatar. But maybe that's not the right way. I don't know. It just seems like right now that's a lot of work to uncouple that when it works just fine the way it is. But in terms of memory and so on, it would have, I don't know. It'd be interesting to think about some of that, but I don't know that I would take many variables off of it because, again, each avatar is its own living thing, so to speak. Seems like 1,200 scripts would require a lot. Well, the thing is, Red, they're not. These scripts are not running on the process step. The avatar's logics only fire when something changes, something else changes it. Right? So it's not constantly processing script steps for every avatar at any given moment. It's only when the avatar receives a change does that happen. There's a timer that's constantly ticking that I do want to make into a global thing. Take that off the avatar scene. That's something I'm going to do. And that timer tells the avatar, hey, you've been sort of idle for long enough. You want to do something? And it'll just kind of randomly do something. But besides that, the avatar is just kind of just like, yeah. It's just waiting for somebody to send a message that is connected to that avatar. And I do have a thing that handles talking to each of the individual avatars. Okay, let's say 200, for example, have a trigger. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I am going to do some load tests for like simulating chat, but we haven't gotten there yet. But if we find that's the thing, you don't know. You run something to load test something, and then you find out. And then you learn something. But I don't know that what you're thinking would be true. Exactly. We'll find out. We'll get there. We're going to get to testing that stuff. Colin, what we're working on right now is setting up because we're trying to polish, we're trying to get this ready to give to people and say, hey, just start using it. Profiling is always a solution. Right. And again, I don't think it's going to matter because the most important... So, Red, I'll tell you, I'm almost confident that the most important thing I could do for avatars is reduce the number, because they're not constantly processing the script steps. Most likely, the best thing I could do is reduce the number of floating, global, so to speak, variables in the avatar script. If I can shrink that down, then the amount of memory each avatar needs to have available to it will shrink as well. And maybe part of that solution is to put them out in some sort of handler. But I don't know. All right, we got an editor background change. Editor background change alert. Boop, boop. Whoop, whoop. Ooh, this looks good, Pooh. Dang. Did you do the art? Or did your sister do the art? Oops. This is a game that Pustak is working on porting from tabletop RPG, and it's a Polish tabletop RPG. So he's working on an interface for character creation. It's looking really clean. Very reminiscent. Of course, it's very reminiscent of Fallout. No. Red, what I'll say is there's no need, like, it's definitely something to investigate. Because, whoa, my volume is way high. Sorry about that, guys. I probably was clipping. It's like OG Fallout. It's like the early, the CRPG Fallouts. Is the gameplay going to be like a CRPG? Any of those should queue a redraw, so we should be okay. We'll see. Is it a positive number that we want? Okay, the math is wrong, but it's still not updating in real time. Let's get rid of this queue redraw because we don't need that, seems. Is that UI code? It's trying to be. We're just trying to draw, to click and draw the rect and have it update on the scene. But because I think we can just translate this over into an actual rect, a rectangle, a rect2, because we have all this dumb setter stuff, and if we're gonna finally build the UI for it, then we don't need all this crazy ass stuff. So let's do that. We don't need all these damn setters and crap, and we don't have to expose the we don't have to be a tool. And we can just have a rect. And I hate Godot Unity style UI so much. The code and the drag and in editor stuff. Give me image GUI any day of the week. Or is it GUI? I don't know why I say image GUI. I'm GUI. You're GUI. We're GUI. I am GUI. Go GUI me. GUI all over me. Immediate mode, yeah. It's easier. And it's funny because you end up, what's funny about that too is you end up creating immediate mode code. Anyways, I feel like that's what I end up doing. I mean, that's what I'm kind of have to do right here. I have to, and like, I can't have the input event on the thing that I want to have draw because I should be able to, though. We'll see. It should be like that. Let's see. We'll copy this code over. We'll just see if we can. 21. Oops. D, 21D. Paste. Go back over. I wonder if anyone's brought something like that over. I mean, there is no reason why you can't basically do that in Godot. You just abandon the entire system that exists and do it with I wonder like, would that be easy to bring in? Oops. That's what you were using for your UI stuff, right? The stuff that you showed me. God. Sorry, guys. Is that a C library? The size does not exist in the current context. Okay. Because it's just a rect. So we don't need a new rect. We draw the rect. Gonna have to build my own at some point for game UI. So using DB1. No suitable method found to override. It's because we're on the outside. Okay, so each of these needs their own queue redraw. And all we need to do at this point is just set the rect value. So rect equals rect2, and we need to look up some things about vector2 0 for size. I believe we start with positioned and size. End, it's the end point. So in this case, it would just be the same position. And we just need to get rid of this crap here. And okay, and then when we do this, we're actually going to say rect equals rect to rect position, and then we're going to say mouse event Position. Rect2 cannot be used like a method, so we have to say new. And then we say, is there a way to tell? Let's look up a rect. Odin's pretty cool. It's like C without all the like legacy. It's like what if we just did things a little bit differently? But C's, C's. Can we say end? Methods end. Okay, so we can just set. Okay, let's do that then. So we're just going to set position. Rect dot position, as the French say. Position. Is position a French word? It sounds like it sounds French to me. It smells French. Let's give part of C's. Go Pascal. Yeah. The more I learn about Pascal, I'm like, whoa. I don't know. It seems interesting. So, Cricket, today in stream, we thought about that I make a small visual novel, then a point and click, and then a tactical RPG. There you go. Dev's coming for me. Dev's gonna get ya. What would you like for the tactical RPG? What are we talking about here, buddy? Give me some information. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. And updating false and true. False. That's my Italian accent. False. Ah, false. Just defending everybody. False. Does anyone remember how to do a mass rename in is it S updating / updating? There we go. That's how you do it. Okay. Is it gonna work? First try? Failed to build. Blah. Oh, we got stuff that's looking for it. Oh, no! We got to refactor. This is why we like the compiled language. I would have only found this out at runtime. I would have forgotten. Okay. Well, this is a leap of faith here, guys. Okay, we can get rid of this crap. Or you would have never found out. Exactly. I would have failed cert and been like, ah, shit. And I don't even know how to replicate it. All right. So there's a couple of places in in the game code, in BSS, and the avatar itself is using the ROM reg information. So now we just need to translate some of this over into their world. So here we go. The user will tell me. Fun story about JavaScript. This was back in the early aughts, 2000s. Well, I guess it was late aughts. It would have been around 2007, 2008. I worked for a bank, a mid-sized bank, they would say, and we had mini ITX computers for the tellers machines. So they weren't the most powerful machines. Anybody who knows anything about mini ITXs, they're not going to be very powerful. Anyways, I found this JavaScript. It was Christmas time. It was December. And I was like, oh, there's this cool JavaScript that has snow fall, and then it lands on the screen and it stays there. It's like, this is real pretty. Everyone's going to like this. We'll change the intranet page, the default homepage inside the bank, to this. We'll have the snow, and everyone will be all happy. And so I did that, and they loved it. All the tellers loved it. We started getting emails. We're like, oh my God, it's beautiful. We love this. Oh, thank you so much. This really lightens up. It just really makes us feel so happy. And and then like 2 hours later, the help desks start opening up, and it's like, my computer's slow. Nothing's working. Everything's slow. My computer's lagging. Blah. And everyone's mad. And it's like, well, what's going on? What's the problem? And they would leave the intranet page open because they liked the snow so much. But the snow lived forever. So every time the JavaScript would create a new little snow particle, it just stayed on the screen. And it just used up another little bit more memory. So essentially, it was just a memory leak. And it just like kept growing. And it just tore up the teller machines as so we had to send out an email and be like, well, the snow's gone. Please refresh the intranet page or close the browser and reopen it. Sorry. And it's funny because normally they don't have that page open at all. Yeah, it was good times. They don't care about it, and then they did. It was like, oh shit, I done effed up. I was so excited about it, and I could have gone in the JavaScript and like changed it, but it was just like, well, my boss is like breathing down my neck about this, so we're just gonna get rid of it. It's gone. Because I didn't want to like, who knows. But anyways, oh my God, we have all this clamp code. Random rect position. Rome rect does not contain addition. It's rect. Get wrecked. So rect does need to be public. My bad. It's funny. Colin could see right where it's headed. There we go. All right. So this would be something that I could do that with Red. Each avatar has its own thing saying which rect it's part of. And I could handle that differently, where I simply set it up where the rect knows that about the avatar or something. But again, I don't know that I need to care about that just yet. No, that's I learned. You can't expect. See, the thing about the snow thing was we had tested it, but we tested it on much powerful computers because our workstations were beasts compared to what the tellers had. We hadn't tested on. The bank was so cheap, we just didn't have access to teller machines unless they were broken and needed to be repaired. So that's why. No, Colin, the avatars are controlled by the game if a game is running. So in that case, yes. And there is a script that handles relaying messages to the individual avatars. But no, I don't have a single script controlling them all. That's what Redstone was suggesting. And that might be something that I need to do. ROMREC does not contain a definition for end. So this should be the rect itself. Rom space rect. Dot position. Dot end. Okay. All right, that's fixed. Let's compile and see if anything else needs to be. All right. 2 more spots. But yeah, that's an example, like the roam concept. That's something that shouldn't be on the avatar side. I don't think it's necessary. So that's something we could probably take out. But so there is a central thing that creates the avatars and disposes of them. ROMREC does not contain a definition for size. Rect. Just I always end up doing this crap. So that's dumb. Well, that's what I'm saying is there's nothing in I don't have a process step for the avatar. That's why I'm thinking it probably won't matter too much. So I don't have a process step in avatar at all. There's nothing I'm doing on process, and then they're just waiting for like, hey, do this. That's all. So they're not like looping through process all the time. So if I show you avatar, there's like nothing going on it like every process step. There's a create function, shout, the animation stuff. Still hard to reason about maintaining my mind, but that's the way to go in most engines, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, we can move it around. And again, we might have to. But to me, the most important thing with the avatars right now is to reduce this. And some of that might be, put it in the handler somewhere else. But the fewer global things I can take off of its off here, I feel like the less memory every time we spawn one it's going to consume. Like the less objects that are just always there. Because as we're finding with let's get rid of that. Yeah, the animation player. I am wondering, can I get away with like a solo animation player? Is there a way I could do that and not have an animation player on every avatar? Because I feel like that's another thing that would probably take a load off. Mariano, are you still there? I haven't gotten you the thing. I'm sorry. I'm deep in this. Mariano might have a way to reduce the draw calls. There we go. It's just not updating as I'm dragging. So we got to figure that out. All right. So I'm not crazy. Even if it's hidden behind curtains. Right. Which essentially is what's, yeah. And but even in that, you know, like you want to stay out of the, like it's, you know. I know. He's being a little sweetie right now. He got to show off for his girlfriend. And now he's tired. He's having dreams about them on a date. A doggy date. Okay, so what's going on while we're updating? Let's make sure this is firing. Let's set a break. I was a little busy. Still am. No problem. I'll probably DM you the scene stuff. We do. We have a Calvin emote. Oh, we don't. But we do have one. I just need to add it. Sure, I can tell you about reducing the call stack, but it is a big project. Yeah, I mean, if you want to throw the information in here. Okay, so we are hitting it. We're setting the end point, and then we're queuing the redraw. So why is it not updating? Let's set a break on redraw. Or no, it would be here. Okay, hang on. Let's do this again. I didn't need to refresh. The server, I got to say, the server client I wrote has now been running since I last touched it. It's been running this entire time. I've never restarted the computer. So that seems to be pretty solid, although we haven't load tested it. Reducing the draw calls. Reducing the draw calls is a big project. Are you thinking about using the rendering server? So it should update. No, it's not about that. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Even with 2D batching, draw calls happen if you switch textures. Yeah, so there is no Atlas as of yet, but we'll get there. Because you have so many files, you cannot avoid that. Yeah, that's the thing that I because this is going to be slightly modular. I don't know. I haven't tackled that mentally yet. My idea is to render all files in a sub-viewport. And then you grab that, and then you use that as like a single atlas. And then use a unique viewport texture for the entire avatar. Okay. Damn it, why isn't it updating when I'm... Let's try... Let's look up end. Oh, there is no... Oh, there is end. And there is size. Position. And size. What is the difference here? Rect end. Q redraw. This is firing when we're expecting it to. Why is it not updating? Yeah. So, Mariano, I do think that I will eventually go with an atlas, and essentially, eventually, and but okay. So, guys, here's the reason why I'm having a hard time managing the atlas concept. Can I show you? Can I talk to you about that real quick, guys? Because maybe you guys will have an idea for me. Um. So let me let's okay. So if we were to take everything away but like say the lower right arm. Let's get rid of all this stuff. All right. Okay. This is the texture with all this empty space for the lower right arm. Why? Why are you doing it that way? Because I don't know how big the artist is going to make the arm. I don't know if they're going to put like a big ass shield on it or whatever, right? So I have no idea like what it actually is going to look like. And I need some way to automate the expectations that my system has, the rig that I have, expects the joint, the hinge point to be at a certain point in space on this texture. So this is how I've done it. I've just made a giant square, and anything, it needs to fit inside the square, basically. I like that I made that's the audience reaction. Now, if you guys can think of a better way to manage this, I don't know what it is. My idea to build the atlas, which I haven't even gone through yet, is in Godot, you can test the area for empty space, right? So I can figure out where the bounds are for the transparent, where I can crop out the transparent space and just have what I need, right? And then we can add those things into a healthy atlas. But we would need to offset for where the hinge, the origin point would be. This is all totally possible, but I haven't done it yet. So that's my idea on how to do it, is to use a couple of functions in Godot. So when you import the assets for it, we'll have something on my end that goes, okay, let me examine each of the PNGs that we're getting, and okay, we'll crop out all this stuff. We don't need it. And then we build the atlas off of that. So that's my thought on how to do it, like just like a rough draft. But then it gets into weirdness for, okay, they've imported another one, and it's like, well, let's add it to the other atlas. And at that point, I think what I need to do is hold on to the existing asset. And that way I can rebuild the new atlas with all the other stuff too, with all the new other arms and other chests and other head stuff. So yeah, I don't know if that's like kind of what you were thinking, Mariano, if you had a totally different idea. But that's roughly where I was at. I also figure, again, I don't know, because I don't do the graphics side of things, but I figure if there's less empty space, even if it's empty, there's less space to have to do some sort of rendering thing. My idea is a little simpler, but wastes more memory. Okay. Yeah, but if we can always rejigger the atlas for the new sprites that are added, we would have a single atlas texture that we could, so long as we're pointing to the references of where we want things properly, and it should be possible, but it is going to be a ton of work. Doing this stuff it's crazy, the problem space that you end up with, and you create the problem space. You just don't know what it is yet. You say, I want to be able to, my initial problem, I want to be able to animate this way because I need something that looks totally unique and different than stream avatars. And then you start doing it, and then it's like, oh wait, it creates this problem. Now I have to solve for that, and I have to keep solving for it. But you can see it. I have it. I don't tell the artist, this is the template, this is the skeleton. What we're going to do is, on here, all we need to do is just tell the artist a hinge point is, let me get Let me get a new layer here. Is it going to be a paint layer? I don't know if it's a paint layer. Okay, so what we tell the artist is we say, hey, let's sort of size. Okay, so each of these will have a little like point. It's like the hinge point is right here. So long as when they build the artwork for each of the layers of the arms or whatever, the arm will have that hinge point on it, you know, so that would be here on the arm. If I can open it up and it'll let me put it in. Let me put it in. Above, please. Below, above. There we go. So if they're showing the arm, they're for the template, the initial template that they open up, it'll have like, this is a hinge point right here, right? And there'll be ones for each of the elements. And so the artist can turn that on and off and be able to like go, okay, this will work. And then, Mariano's literally saying what I'm talking about. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do with this for the artist. And then ultimately what I would like to be able to do is basically have I'm thinking it's going to be a separate program that will just have the animation libraries, and they'll be able to export the image into a directory and it'll hot reload the files so they can literally see what changes that has on the sprite while it's performing. There'll be an animation list and they can just kind of cycle through them and see what it does. And they can just hot reload the export their work and see what it looks like and be able to package it and sell it to people who have this program, or just give it out for free or whatever they want to do. Global atlas.get texture region file path to rect2i. Okay, I'll check that out, Mariano. Let me add that to the... I would probably build a custom tool to transform the art submitted by the... Oh, Colin's literally mentioning... So yeah. We're all on the same page. This is great. It means I'm on the right track, I feel like. No, this is literally like, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Colin. Something like that. This is not something that exists. Is an API I'm proposing. Oh, I see. Okay. I was thinking of a way for artists to tell you about where the hinge ends up in their drawing, as long as they respect the proportions. I mean, we could do that with like, I don't know. We could do that with a specific colored pixel or something. But I mean, this has its own set of problems. There is a minimum max, you know, they can't have heads over a certain size and stuff like that. So like, but I could always scale it out. A simple CSV. I think what I would do is translate it to JSON. So the actual packaged thing would look like a zip or something, that then has a correlating JSON to be like, this is the only thing I need from the artist is what is the draw order for your elements. Like, there is a future problem with this that I need to deal with. The future problem is, it could be XML if you want it. Yeah. But all I really need to know that's going to be in some sort of file format is what is the draw order, because sometimes you'll need the upper leg to draw over the lower leg and so on. There is a problem though, if we start mixing and mastering different assets, where those rules might not work. I may be able to automate figuring it out, so that if we find that the sort of like where the hinge point is, if we find that it's like a skirt or something, or not a skirt, but let's say they have boots at the bottom, right? So the boot has a high, it goes up to the, it's like a high, I don't know what they call those boots, but the boots that go like all the way up to the knee, those kinds of boots. Then we would want the leg sprite to draw over the knee, but it's possible that they're wearing shorts that hang over that boot. So I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do in that situation, but we'll see. I'd worry about those situations in version 2. Yeah. Bit, how's it going? Bit, you've seen the new stuff. I think you've seen it. In the end, you can make the atlas because you mix with the atlas will be easy to create because I know exactly where the hinge points are. That's kind of the critical thing on this. It's true. I saw you doing skeleton. Yeah, we converted that into a system. I can give you a rough sketch. This was the sketch I did when I came up with the idea. Let me show you. We took and this was my explanation of what I did. We took, so we can keyframe with the skeleton animations and kinematics, and then we translated into a pure sprite-driven animation where we have origin points that we rotate we send the rotation information that the skeleton joints had into rotation information for a sprite. So this is also how my skeleton is. Yeah. Scope creep alert from Colt. We should have something for scope creep. But we have a Calvin avatar, or we have a Calvin sprite. I grabbed the do you guys remember the Call of Duty dog when Xbox announced the Xbox One and everyone was so mad? But we have this. I could turn this into an emote real easy because I have the different sizes that Twitch wants. So this could be like a Cal emote. Because right now this is the dog pats. Should we throw this in as a animate him? Let's just throw it in. We'll throw it in as a. We'll just do this real quick. Hike the leg. Where do I go? Content. Emotes. So what did we call it? Did we call it Cricket Cow or Cricket Dog? Most use emote. Yep. Should we call it Cricket Dog? Cricket Doggo. All right. What's going on? Oh, okay. It's doing something. Hey! Auto resize. The auto resize actually looks pretty decent, but we do have individual sprites. We did them ourselves. Oh, that's the wrong size. Hey! What's going on, Twitch? Why? What? What the hell's going on? Why are you doing that? It's like Windows. I belong, therefore I am. This is ridiculous. Okay. Hey, it lets me click again. All right. It's doing something right now. No, that's not right. Emote attribution is myself. Should I say Call of Duty? All right. It might not show up. I might have to close and reopen the chat. You guys might have to actually as well. Yay! There it is. Yay! It doesn't really look like much, does it? It doesn't read as a German Shepherd. Okay, so why the hell is it not drawing the rect? End. The ending point. This is usually the bottom right corner of the rectangle. It is the equivalent of position plus size. So if we do the inverse operation if we have size. So if we were to then say all right, let's try running it when we it's work in progress. Yep. What if we go the opposite way? No. What if we go this way? Nope. And that way? Nope. So while I'm holding down the button, it's not updating, even though we're certain that this is getting called every time I'm holding the button down. It's literally the same thing that happens here. Why don't we build you an avatar maker? You don't have to do anything like that. We'll get there. I don't even know I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see. The avatar, I actually think the avatar stuff is going to be based off of some of the limitations if we end up using the Steam Workshop stuff. Because I need to start reading up on what the like limitations of that are. Like file size and all that stuff is going to dictate what I end up with overall. But the way that I imagine this is we'll be able to pull things in from Steam Workshops because that's what everyone's doing in Stream Avatars. They just browse Steam Workshop and download stuff. Or we'll allow for external artist, an artist to basically build and package something together to sell. But we'll use that same system on the Steam Workshop side as well. I mean, this is like the lame way to do it, but we're just gonna bleed rect, and we're just gonna print out the value. Make sure we're constantly running the this. Wait a minute. I see. No, updating is okay. Yeah. I've also seen a little bit of concerning stuff about some of the Steam stuff. I need to talk to Practical NPC about Steam integration stuff, or at least getting ready for Steam. What advice you can give me? Okay, so it's not truly updating until it only happens once. So is there another button for... Okay, let's check input event again. BitBionic, we need to add BitBionic to the credits. Again, I am going to pull down every username that's ever talked to me while I've been working on this. But I want to make sure I don't forget anyone. So let's add bit. Where is it? Settings, control, and credits. Go down and add Bit Bionic. Bit Bionic. Steam API is pretty good, especially since using C# shouldn't be too long. Because the asset pipeline might have big impacts on the game itself. Yeah. Yes. So that's kind of where I'm trying to head. I'm trying to set it up so that, yeah, we're getting to that point though, where soon we will be creating the artist tools, sooner rather than later. That's coming extremely. I mean, if I could work 24 hours a day until this was done, I may do that. I mean, I wish I could. What I'm saying is, if I could, I would. And then I would see the kids when it's done. Is action pressed? Is action released? Is pressed, is released. So what if we're just updating? No. But that's 100%. That is on the list. It's right here. It's a big one on the Kanban. It's at the top. Build a system for creating. No, that's not it. Where is it? Artist system for uploading and testing sprites. I guess that would be under that. And then no, that wouldn't. The pipelining that you're talking about, the Atlas and all that stuff. But that, for me mentally, that's that comes into this. That's when I'll be doing that. Okay, so back. God darn it. Input event, mouse event. Oh, I get it. I know what the problem is. We're looking at the mouse button event. We want to look at the whatever the event is for like mouse movement. Mouse motion. Mick Mouse. Mick Mouse. Hang on, I have to find this. I gotta find. Here it is. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I screwed it up. Oh, this is it. God darn it. Sorry, I just remembered something. What did somebody say? Something that maybe that's my don't pay attention to me. Ignore me, guys. Mick Mouse. Mick Mouse. What's going on right now? Why can't I tab? Silently judging. My wife watched the show. Damn it. That was probably the funniest thing on the whole show. There we go. It's alive. All right. That's on you. I know. Divorce was really the only answer at that point. So again, the only problem with this idea is that we can't go to the edge over here very easily. So is this a problem for future Matt? Do we leave it as a future Matt problem? And then does it work right now for the spawning? Yes. So they only spawn inside that area. But the problem right now we got other stuff we got to do. Oh, they start to move towards it. Look at this. They're flocking. They do move in herds. So that means if it's out of bounds code actually works. So I have something that checks if they're outside of the roam rectangle, they move towards it. They do move in herds. Fred, no! Now let's watch the clip from Bug's Life. Where don't go to the light. Oh, it's calling me, man. All right. Anyways. So this is kind of cool. All right. We'll also need them to be able to maybe provide a piece of artwork that they draw on top of, but they may want to put that into their own OBS window for whatever reason. And also we need to save this value because currently I don't think this is saving. I just did that's like the John Carmack thing. You guys ever notice that about John Carmack? Let's throw up the cricket bless symbol because I'm about to say a little sacrilege. But he does that after he finishes a sentence. He kind of has this like little thing. He goes up a little bit, like draws it out for some reason. That's just an observation. Anyways, all right. Let's get this saving. And also we need to, once it's drawn, it needs to go away. So we could fade it out. We could be real fancy and like fade it out. And I guess we could have a checkbox here that'll show the roaming area, right? So now our problems explode. Okay, so we've got yesterday, we got the new resolution modifier. So this is the other thing you'll notice. We need to now have the way I want this rectangle to behave when you change, if you were to change the resolution, we want everything to scale. So we're going to have the streamer be able to dictate the Do you still have that serialized task in your backlog that keeps getting pushed down and down from time to time? Yes, I do still have that. I still have that, yes. But I do have a question about that. All right, Dev, have a good one. Is it that late? how do you build? So you're talking about creating the like kind of pre-spawned avatars like ready to go, right? Or are you talking about the settings? What are we talking about? Any user data. So, yeah, right now, here's what it looks like. Save settings, save data. So, on a per... this is from testing. But originally we were doing usernames. But right now, if we were to delete... We can delete these guys. We don't need them. And these are all the ones we tested during spawn. But right now, when anyone sends a message in chat, what we end up with is a small JSON file with some information. So eventually this will contain information about the avatar that they've customized. And we can probably compress this and maybe not even use JSON, so we have to serialize it in a different way, like you're saying. So this is on a per... so when somebody sends a message and their avatar is not on screen, it real quick checks the file, gets the information, and then we'll assign it whatever it knows about what they want it to be. Then we do have the settings config we're using the config. So that's been moved over. It is no longer a resource. So this is now using the config ini stuff for it. I am seriously confused why access token is empty right now. Oh, that's right. I moved the token information into its own serialized file called auth that does not end in a .config. It doesn't end in any format. So I separated the access token and refresh token information into another file so that if somebody does start, please no. Yeah, it's exactly right. God, please no. So we do need to serialize that because that could get real beefy, especially if we start like adding stuff to it. I mean, even in here, what are we looking at? It's not too bad, but yeah, because we have about, how many files are in here? But it'll get big if we're not careful. So there's about 3,000 avatar records in here, but there's literally we don't have anything yet in these, right? It's very basic stuff about what their Twitch tag assigned color is and whatnot. But I do think having the individual file associated with the Twitch ID is the way to go. We should probably have it. That's on the server side, I'm assuming, not client. No, these are all going to be on the local streamer. So people have talked about, hey, do you want it so that they can customize their avatar and it follows them around? And that's something we could do. But I think that most streamers want to have their own look and feel for their stream. I think that's, for a lot of streamers, that's how they want to do it. So I feel like if we were going to do something like that, it would be for something like hats. You know what I mean? Like, it would have to be something that they can wear that can fit this system anywhere they go, but not override the entire, like, if the streamer wants to have a certain thing going on where everyone's like a leopard, then I don't know. Like, that's where I'm not. We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, that's like, everyone's suggested that. So I don't know. It's a tough problem. Like we can't really do things. This is where things get really weird because we can't do things like, I mean, you could, but like a shirt, like, oh, everyone has the same shirt on. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense right now. It's probably time for a commit. Where did I end up? What is that? There we go. Go away. Who makes the avatar art in this model? It could be the streamer. It could be other. They could. You know, a lot of streamers have people in chat that would love to contribute to that stuff. So long as we make the system for them to be able to produce the art something that anybody can access and do, that's why I feel like having the Krita template is pretty important, as well as the PSD. Sean, I've added you to the credits of this as well. You're going to be in the as a thank you part of it. Right. Pixel art. I mean, you could do pixel art with this. But as soon as it rotates and stuff, it starts to look really weird. I was thinking, as far as that's concerned, if people wanted to use this with pixel art instead of stream avatars, I was thinking about. Let me show you the. So if you go to test avatar, I was thinking the chest area. Yeah, scope creep. Yeah, a credit command could always exist, and it could go to. Well, it should probably be the name of the thing. That's actually kind of a good idea. They could enforce a template for submissions. Yeah, I mean, they could have like everyone's. Like, there's the thing that's underneath it, and if you want to put anything on top of that, then. Like, they could provide their own equivalent of this, right? And they could be like, okay, here's the standard. Like, they have their own skeleton, and they say, here's what our standard character looks like. If you want to build, like, clothes that go over it, or, like, a vest or something, then just use the original art and then draw over it. And we can integrate that. Something like that. There's a huge, there's a huge set of problems coming. If a user wants to be the same across different channels, they can hold on to the sheet for their avatar. Either each streamer accepts it or it's not our problem. I mean, we could have a checkbox that says, I want to support, we give it a name, right? Like, I want to support, like, allow for, I don't know. We'd have to, naming that would be, we need a good name to describe what that is, but it could be an on-off switch, just a Boolean where it's like, if somebody, because that, what would be interesting about that idea, Sean and Colin, is that it would really make raids really interesting. You could call it like allow roaming avatars, and then there could be a small explanation of, if somebody creates an avatar on your... There's some problems with this. Because it's almost like I would need to be the one supplying those things if we had the idea of roaming avatars. Because, for instance, we can't just allow like it needs to be moderated first of all, right? In some way, I need to make sure that that the stuff that my server produces that could show up on anyone else's stream isn't way too big a scope. Yeah, it's not something I'm going to consider right now. But I will say that I suspect that people are going to suggest it in the future because I've gotten so many people mentioning it in chat already. That it's going to be like, damn, I really wish I could take my avatar with me when I go. But the other thing about that is it totally doesn't make sense to do it right now because we need scale for that to even matter. So like we need penetration in the market to even consider that that's worth doing. Because to me that doesn't create penetration. It's not the lube that gets us to where we're heading. Yeah, no, that's a good problem to have. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. See, Godot does this every once in a while. This, like, if you have a theme file, every once in a while, Godot's like, something changed here. I don't know why. I see an update that they're going to start fixing this, where there's going to be a lot fewer of these kind of moments here when this sort of thing happens. Feedback icon. Actually, let's go back to the settings panel because I have some. There we go. Forgot about that if statement. So I have an if statement here that makes sure that it doesn't display a resolution that's beyond the. You know what? I don't think we should do that. I think we should just show any resolution size that will be in, because some people for some reason might want to upscale the stream. Well, if they're going to do that, I don't know. We'll keep it in for now. Pagorli, with the ninja clean your room. They also streamers can say, I have XYZ templates on my Discord if you want to join. I know the scale. I thought I set that up to scale, but I don't think it is. Sean kind of gave me an idea. Do you guys remember web rings? So what if I just set up a system that says, hey, if that's a made up word. I'm so old. What if we just said, hey, if you set up an endpoint that looks like this, then our thing can go and grab the avatar information and you can have this roaming thing based on this endpoint. No, I don't remember that. I'm not old. Colin's trying to hide. And then it's like, if they want to set up like an avatar web ring where it's like these groups of streamers share their avatar stuff, we could do it that way too and make it their problem. And they can deal with the moderation and all that shit. And we just say, it has to be in this format at this endpoint. And How do you do, Philogits? All right. Why are there... See, I end up doing this. And then I commit and I say MISC. Added credits tab. Okay. It's insane. Look at how they nested. What's crazy about that is why what is this? Why this is clearly what is going on here? Filters. So if we get rid of this, okay, we break. What if we say... Some of these are clearly variables. What if I make this like 3,000? Yeah. I mean, this is the actual resolution. This appears to be the resolution. So could we make this 400 by 400? No. What is going on here? What does all of this mean? This is so weird. Look at how it says CDN here. And it's got the same damn thing here. The meme, is the meme going to be as old as the guy eventually? Well, that's true. Time always moves forward. We're so old. It's interesting because I do see a future problem with this, which is, let me get my microphone ready. The future problem with when this program scales and it has more and more like requests. For one, the feedback button is only in the app, right? So we end up with sort of a survivor bias in the feedback, where it's only the people who are using it that provide feedback. And so that making them happy, you know, might grow our customer base, so to speak, but it might not. And it like there might be something that is something that they don't like, other people want that they don't want, that kind of thing. Never noticed my faces on your stream. Get your face off my stream. Systems design. That's pretty much where we're hidden. Anyways, back to cleaning. Let me get the mic. He is. Where did he go? Oh, he's over in the corner. Let me do the cute cam. Hey, buddy. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here. You stay there, okay? Everyone wants to see you. No. You lay back down. You say hi to everyone. Here, let's go like this. Are you still on cam? Ah, it froze. USB. Uh-oh. Doggo cam broke. Hang on. There you go. Come here, Cal. Come here. Come say hi to everybody. Come say hi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a handsome boy. Oh, is that a good itchy spot? Is that a good itchy spot? Yeah. Look at how skinny he is, guys. We're still feeding him real good. We're feeding him real good. Yeah, we're feeding you real good. But you're too skinny. You need to gain some weight, bud. Okay? Hmm? Love you, handsome. Want me to keep going? Want me to keep going? Oh, okay, I'll keep going. Oh, God! Hey, no biting. No biting. Oh, my goodness. You're the handsomest pup there ever was. You're the handsomest pup there ever was. Yes, you are. Oh, God! Good boy. Good boy. Get up on the couch. Get on up. Okay, buddy. Hey, you want to go back out? Want to go out for a second? Go say hi to your girlfriend. Sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I know you like her. I won't say anything in front of her. Man, my pants are wrinkly. Don't judge. All right, let's set the timer. I'm actually going to get to work now. Hang on. I'll get the sound out on the TV. Calm down. All right, somebody say something. Nope. There we go. Okay, I should hear your guys' messages. Pick the next song. Alright, we'll listen to that song when we get back. Oh, actually, let me show you guys. Let me get the camera up on the big screen here. Come on. There we go. Let's move this over here. So, you'll notice behind me now, over here, most of the shelving is gone. So we should be able to move the arcades kind of over here more. And I'm probably going to move the jukebox here and then the arcades next to that. So they'll be directly behind the TV. So if I ever actually play anybody's games on stream, I do want to start playing people's games. We'll be sitting on the couch when I do that. And the arcades will hopefully be behind me because I think that'll look kind of cool if the camera is facing head on from the TV. Oh, he wants to come back in. Come on in, handsome. Thank you, Rappa. You're welcome. But yeah. Big point. I want to start playing your guys' games. Make some games, goddammit. That's an attack. That's an all-out attack. I'm in this image and I do not like it. I don't know. Okay, so at 5:58 we'll finish cleaning. Hey, look at this. Rappa, that wasn't a row. What kind of row did you call that? The hell is all this? What in the Sam hell? Oh, this is all to go back. Stay there, buddy. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Hey, I'm back. Didn't I tell you I'd be back? Rumtimes you reave me, Rappo. Rumtimes you reave me. I don't like it. Run, Rit. I don't like it. Run, Rit. Not run, Rit. Rappo. Not run, Rit. The streamer loses it live. Not run it, rubber. Okay, buddy. Here. There's a hose you ate. This is a hose he ate. I can't win. I made an open-ended demo for a puzzle platformer. Oh, okay. Do you have a itch page for that? 70 by 70 HD. Well, it can't be animated. Hell yeah. Can it? Have we confirmed this? Have we confirmed this? Let's find out. Oh god, if it could be animated. Don't do this to me, guys. Oh, it doesn't like it. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. No. No, no. No, it doesn't work, guys. It doesn't work. No. Oh, God. No. No. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. We didn't confirm. Now we confirm. This is bad. Submit a past stream as a... Oh, God. Colin, don't do the screenshot of the stream with the thing and the code. Colin screenshotted my stream and just submitted that as the wallpaper. So I... It made it so hard to work. You gonna go out? Okay, you gonna be a good boy? Never thought I'd say this, being a Vim hater. Your Vim is perfect. We're at the low end of the 4K res. Let me see. Display settings. 2560 by 1440. That's the res. $2K. Is that what that is? I don't know. So let's call on. Hey, Cal. You want to come in? I love you, dude. Look, I'm sorry. You want to come in? You gonna stay there? Okay. Here, I'll just leave this open if you want to come in, okay? Okay. Good boy. You're such a good boy. This is what I want, okay? Just be a peaceful doggy like this. Come on, bud. Uh-oh. What's going on? In the middle of a cleanup. I got raided and I'm cleaning the room. All right, hang on. We're going to pause the room cleanup. Thank you for the raid. Let me switch over to the microphone here. All right. Thank you for the raid. JD Does Dev. How's it going? If you got a bail, go ahead and bail. I know how it goes. Let me give you a shout out. So everybody, how are you doing? What's everyone doing? We just discovered that we've got a redeem on in the chat for changing the wallpaper of my editor. And I just made the horrific discovery, thanks to P. Gorley, that we can have animated backgrounds for my editor window. So, need to step away and clip my hair. 58 viewers for Double Dare. Let's do Double Dare. We could do Double Dare. We're working on a chat game. We're doing it in Godot. We've got new animation system in place. We're using a rigged skeleton with kinematics for the animation. So we just got this going a week ago, and we can keyframe all this and then. Hang on a second. My dog's doing something. Get up here. Come on. 3 minutes until double dare. Let's just hit it up. Do the double dare. This is something we do occasionally. All right. Anybody in chat can answer the question. This is from the Double Dare game book. Here we go. Sometimes the questions can be really hard, guys, so get ready. Get your thinking caps on. Hieroglyphs are the written language of what ancient land? First person to get an answer in the chat. Egypt. ABJ, welcome. You're on the board. Let's go ahead and add your points to the Double Dare board. Here we go. Boop. Gonna go ahead and add you in here. Anybody who gets their points on the board, we put on here. We have a link to their channel, and yeah, you can. I don't know what we're gonna do for the winner, but we're gonna do something for whoever wins overall. Right now, Poo Stack is at the top of the charts, so that is a redeem. Sean, a little too late. Pooh, a little too late. Sorry about that. It looks like we got a follow. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Yes, we did. Now my dog is eating plastic. All right, we're going to go ahead and let him continue to do that. I guess we could point the camera over at him. He's down there being a bad doggo. Sorry for the junk in the way. We're in the middle of reorganizing this room. I had to follow. Yeah, it's required now. So the trick to the Double Dare is to not do it when there's so many viewers in the chat. That's the way you get your points up. So just a pro tip. Thanks, Pooh. A pro tip is to wait until there's nobody in the chat. Anyway, so we got this system in place where we can keyframe everything, and then we port the animation over into a boneless avatar that's the exact same thing. We can swap out the sprites of each part here, so an artist can come in and make the lower leg, upper leg, all these little elements here look like whatever they want. As an example of that, we have this kitty cat that was created by a viewer and sister of Pooh Stack in there. And now we have a very unfortunate thing that we have to do, which is to change the editor to whatever Colin has redeemed. Oh God. I'll die alone, never having known love. I'd no sooner leave you from this barren earth than never have a user know it's their birthday. What is it? Uniform. We want to do uniform fill. Save. All right. There's the new wallpaper. One's not bad. Yeah. Anyways, so shamelessly advertised. She does things like that. If anyone wants to order, pricing is decided individually and discussing after what is to be done. Excellent. And he just chewed up a remote. That's great. Thanks, Cal. Don't eat batteries. Don't eat batteries. You're going to regret it. Nope. Cal. Now, bad doggy. Put it down. Put down the... No. What are you doing? No. Where is it? Don't eat it. Calvin, don't, dude, don't. Calvin. He's got big D energy, we like to say. Big dog energy. Ooh, coppery. So anyways, we've been working on sort of the minutia of getting something ready for release. So this is all to make a chat game, essentially. We're going to have different avatars running around on the screen here. I don't know if we can even build right now. Let's find out. Yeah, we can. And it's broken. Great. Oh, that's right. We have okay. We're in the middle of setting it up so that the streamer can select where the avatars would spawn. So they can drag a window here, and then when people say things in chat or whatnot, the avatars will only spawn in that area. So the streamer will be able to draw the space at which those avatars show up on screen. For some reason, they're not animating right now. This is great. Right when we get rated, nothing works. Let me double check the walking animation. So we just we kind of restructured the animation system. And actually we got a ton of debugger errors. So we should check that out. Started with no tweeners. Wow, what the hell happened? What in the hell? Let's close the re-up and go down. Maybe. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know. Okay. There we go. Wow. Who'd have thought? The other kind of fun side effect about this is the logic of the avatars is such that as soon as we created this roaming rectangle and changed its position, the avatars will just naturally go towards it. So as they're walking, they just kind of go towards it. But anyway, so imagine, if you will, that these, whenever you chat in this right now, we're not set up for this right now because we're in the middle of kind of restructuring a whole bunch of stuff for performance. So speaking of performance, right now we're able to spawn about, on most people's machines, we've been able to spawn about 1,000 or so of these guys. It's not a very high number, but you'll see, as you can see, and the streamer will also be able to change the scale of the avatars. But by doing this and having it be this way, we can at least make sure that it's high enough for somebody who's on a very low end computer. But we do want like, obviously a streamer is probably not going to have more than maybe 100 if they're scaled to a certain size that would look acceptable. But again, you just need to kind of test for scale. So that's kind of what's going on right now. We've been working on, we just got this going as well, which is the resolution. So we're basing it off of the different canvas sizes that OBS accepts. So we've got it so we can change the size of the window that gets captured for the stream. Here, this accepts transparencies through game capture in OBS and Stream Labs. So there's no keying that needs to happen. And I actually show you what it looks like if it was actually running in the stream. Although the size of the window might not match my canvas right now. So let me get that over. I guess I'll put it down here. Sorry, I don't want to. The dog is roaming. He's roaming around fervently. Why isn't it switching back to the other monitor? There we go. Yeah, no, the scale is not right for this. Why are they only in the corner? All right, hang on. Let's start over. So we got a couple of things we have to fix because we're in the middle of breaking everything to make it better. Have you guys ever done that when you're working on something? Have you heard about this? Heard about software development? So anyways, yeah, so this doesn't match the res that we want. So we're at here, right? Let's save it. I'm just going to rerun it real quick. And then we'll make the spawn window, the area, like at the bottom, right? So if we go like this, bring it across, bring it around town, there, and then we add them. Then they come in. Now it looks kind of crazy because they're... But if we move the window off screen, they'll continue to render. And then we can just spawn a bunch. So yeah. We do have a game that's already set up for this. We need to translate the new animation system to that as well once we're to that point. But what I'm trying to focus on primarily right now is setting up the system for artists to be able to develop and create their own avatars easily. That's what this template is over here. This allows you, we have a PSD of this as well, and we're going to create some indicators as to where the hinge points are for the joints. Ludum Dare this weekend. I don't know. Are you? I'm so bad at jams right now. I always feel like a letdown for... I join a team and then I'm like, I can't do it. My mom's lung collapsed. It's like, no, it really happened. But anyway, so yeah, we can give this out to an artist as a PSD or whatever, and they can essentially create each element basically any size they want within this window. So the head could be enormous, the head could be smaller here, but the key thing that needs to be the same is where we're going to set the joint points. Those need to be... That's where the hinge of the articulation happens. And so that is critical that the artwork sort of matches that logic. So we have to build a tool to allow artists to export this and see what it looks like in close to real time. So we'll hot reload those images and show them what it looks like with the different animations and stuff like that. And then they can package it together and give it to anybody who has this application and be able to add it to their avatars. So that's a lot of what I'm doing, but I was not prepared for that. We are set up to connect to Twitch already as well. That is working. So we're using Twitch's lovely OAuth madness in order to make that happen. So we're set up for people to approve the app and control what it has access to and all that stuff, and to receive chat messages and translate those into actions on the screen, so on and so forth. I just can't show you any of that right now. You have to trust me. It's all really there. It's just we're in the middle of like kind of breaking everything to move forward. And because once you get something going, then you find out what's wrong about it, you know? So anyways, yeah. That's another thing we need to add is a command like override custom command. Values. He's looking at the code. He's just disappointed. It's actually really good. I like it. I love the wall too. If you look at it, there's some jokes in here. Gary, Ratman, Squirtle. Interface for drawing roaming rectangle area. Done. We need to save that rect, and we also need to not show it after it's been drawn so that it goes away. That's real easy to do. So let's go over to here. Can we do things like a cannot implicitly. All right. And all this madness is so we can set the, let's see, let's go back up here. What order did I do it in? Okay, so we want to. Okay, so we've got everything set up so we can save that values, and this is our little serializer and whatnot for the config file. Then we need to trigger the save, and I suppose that can happen anytime. We could do it on the draw. Right here when they let go, we save the value. What is it? Oh, we're not in the namespace. A namespace. Oh. I don't even know the syntax for that. We're not in the namespace. No. He doesn't even use namespaces. Huh. Okay, let's see. Rome rect namespace. Gary, Gotham's not even known for his bagels. Okay, so that fixes that issue. Let's go ahead and indent this. Whoop. A little too much. Got a little too happy there. Okay. Settings dot Rome area equals rect. How hard is that? Okay. So that should save. Question is, does it load? And when do we load it? We load it in the ready of the. We really need. You know what we should just do is. What's with the at? I don't know, dude. C# is like, here's another syntax. I don't know. Here you go. This is like a thing. Let's go. I can hover over it. We can figure out what the hell that's about. Because that was in the. Where was it? Here we go. I think it's identifier, but why is it an at? Let's look it up. Thanks. Oh, is it to ignore? It's a reserved word. So that's to keep in scope with the actual Godot API, but it's a reserved word in C#. That makes sense. I mean it. Okay. Thanks. I hate it. So we get over here and we I feel like we actually start the Rome. The hell is this? Default. This is the only place it exists. Is this like... Seriously, what the... Let's type it out. It's a class. What? What is this? So it must be a static... I'm seriously confused. I have no idea what that is or where it is or what the hell is going on with that. Oh my God, here it is. Ah! What the hell? What was I doing? Obviously, I thought I had an idea about what I was doing. Let's just get rid of it. Because, I don't see what the hell that accomplished. So this should be broken now. All right, Colt, have a good one. You know what? I should probably bail too, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Let's find somebody to raid Shadow Legends. Let's see. All right, Pooh. Yeah, thank you as always, Pooh, for the future. Oh God, it's to clean your room. I've been busting my ass off stream. I gotta say. I guess we could try and track down another Godot developer. Godot. We've rated quite a lot of these people. Macatap. Godot engine, 2 viewers, and he's watching Futurama as he works. We did raid Debbie Dev already. Jolt Jab, we've done a bunch. Triple Dumps. So we haven't done this guy. We haven't done this one. So looks like they're working on a mobile game. So we're going to go over here because this looks interesting. Ooh, yeah. Give it to me. Actually, I think I've raided this guy before. All right. Raid. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Sorry I'm bailing, but I got to go. Oh, and dinner's ready. That's the wife saying dinner is ready. So be safe out there. Much love to everybody out there. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. So bye. Where's the raid button? Thanks, Mariana. All right, 10 seconds to raid. 5, 4. Hopefully they're here. Oh God, are they AFK?